All right, all right. I think we are live. All right, everyone. So today we are going to talk about how to build a Ralph Wiggum AI agent that codes while you sleep. I think that we are in some exciting times at the moment, and I just kind of want to share some of the discoveries that I've made because there's a lot of stuff going on online. There's so many different variations, ideas, and I really, studied the creator, right? And the creator is G. Huntley. This is his video here.
The idea is
So if you guys want to check him out, I would highly watch Jeffrey Huntley. He has some really good ideas on the future of software engineering, where we are going, and how to really leverage these tools and use them to, the greatest potential. And it just so happens to be that Ralph Wiggum, my good buddy here, Ralph, is is breaking the internet. It's hilarious. So what is Ralph, right? Ralph is literally a while loop. It's crazy. It's crazy that this thing right here, while do cat prompt MD Claude dangerously skip permissions done. But this is the catch though. This kind of works. It kind of works, but we need a few modifications. And that's what I want to talk about in this video. I want to talk about what modifications do we actually need. And I just want to reset this. I want to make sure that that it's live because I'm not seeing it. There we go. Okay, great. So yeah, Ralph, right? Let me actually make this much bigger. So Ralph is coming all the way in. So we're gonna clear the shell here, and then we're gonna go over a few things. Let me just make sure everything is good there. All right, so I'm gonna hit the start button, and I actually gotta hit it over here. Perfect, that is working, amazing. So typically what I do in my coding deep work sessions, I do about a 90-minute session, then I take a break. So that's what we're gonna do here. All right, so what is Ralph? So I did a few modifications, and one, it all starts with your prompt because you're recursively giving the prompt back to the LLM. In this case, we're using Claude, but I'm using GLM 4.7 with Claude because it's cheaper and I get way more tokens, right? One day I'll try it out with Opus, but this works with anything, right? So we're gonna go to Ralph. So I created a few versions, right? Because I was trying to figure out what the best way to use this. And at first I went with a Claude SDK approach, which this was the approach here. Basically it read the prompt, and there was so much things to do here because I wanted to make it look nice, and then eventually I just started hacking on Claude Code just to see if I could just do it with Claude Code itself, because we want to still be able to see the output of the LLM, because this process is an iterative process, right? People think it's just like you hit a button and you just walk away, but there's a lot of things to do before you walk away, right? The key is to eventually get to the point where you walk away, but what are the things we do before, right? There's a lot of preparation, right? Like I think Abraham Lincoln said, if I have 6 hours to chop a tree, I'm gonna sharpen the blade for 4 hours. And this is kind of the pinnacle of that, right? So here I'm reading the output of Claude SDK, which is a bunch of JSON, and I'm basically trying to recreate Claude Code, right? So this approach does work, and I can share this with you guys, but I feel like this isn't the best approach. Like, I wanted to stay as close to the source as possible, right? So I actually built a moon CLI because I wanted to see like when there's a full moon and stuff. So if I do this and then I run moon, so it built this actually yesterday. So it did this in pretty much one shot, right? So this is actually to my location, and it's getting all the accurate data. And this was like the first thing I had Ralph Wiggum built for me, and I think it's really cool, right? So in 5 days, the moon is going to be in Capricorn, and this is all using sidereal Vedic astrology, which is from India. It goes by the name of Joy Tish. It's really powerful stuff. But yeah, I wanted to build this just to have it, just to kind of test it out, right? So actually, let me show you the reason why I'm in this repo here. Let me actually get out of here. Yeah. So I'm gonna show you this Ralph. So I'm actually gonna copy my Ralph.sh to projects Ralph, so we can look at it over there, right? So then I'm gonna come back to Ralph. So we're gonna go back to Ralph, right? Okay. So we got Ralph.ts, Ralph.sh. So this is the approach that I landed on, right? This is it. Like, literally, this is it. And I'm gonna show you what everything is doing here. It's so simple. So one, we want to be able to hit Control-C to actually escape, right? And then this is the entire while loop, right? So this is a mechanism for Ralph to basically escape or to finish working, right? And I'm gonna show you the prompt that goes with this to make this actually function. Again, this is just the main thing, that you're basically piping the prompt to Claude Code, and there's many ways to do this. We could even do something like this, you know? We could do that. I'm just gonna stick with the original, which is just cat. And then this right here, so essentially on initialization of Ralph, we're removing this file called .ralph _ done, and then once Ralph has finished an iteration, it's gonna pop itself out. It's gonna kill its own process, and then it checks if Ralph created this file. If not, it's gonna keep looping, right? So basically, that is all, right? It's that simple. Some people have made some very complicated, like astronomically complicated things. Like, if you just search Ralph Wiggum on Twitter, some people have made some really complicated stuff, like UIs. Like, you really don't need any of this, man. I am all about simplicity. Also, the way that Claude Code made their implementation is not really it. And you could actually watch his video, Jeffrey Huntley's video. He has a video here. So Ralph Wiggum and why Claude Code's implementation isn't it. So here he actually goes over the entire philosophy, right? So the philosophy of Ralph Wiggum is just that you're mallocing an array, which is the context window. And if you understand how context windows work, you don't want to overstuff the context window. You want to make sure that it just uses one context window for one task, so it has enough breathing room. And then we also use sub agents too, as well. Once I show you the prompt, you know, you'll understand that. But this is pretty much it. This is the Ralph Wiggum loop right here. So we're gonna get out of here, and then I'm gonna show you what the prompt looks like. So both of these things need to go, you know, together, right? So essentially, I just say you are Ralph, an autonomous coding agent running in an infinite loop mode. Your role is to keep working until you complete all of your tasks in the implementation plan. That is it, right? That's the persona, right? This is the most important stuff, right? Study specs.md, study the implementation plan, and pick the most important thing to do. This is the key, right? We want it to truly be autonomous, and we want Ralph to figure out what it needs to do, right? So as I was watching Ralph work, I noticed that it got stuck because it was using a specific library, and it just kept iterating, and it was just kind of there. And then that's why we need to work iteratively with Ralph. You kind of have to watch it a little bit, human in the loop, just to see where it's stuck, and then you iterate, right? You keep coming back to the prompt, and I'll show you guys what that looks like in real time. So I just said, hey, if you get stuck, use the web search tool and use context 7. That's basically the only MCP I have. Very little MCPs. Use as many sub agents as needed, but only one sub agent when doing tests and builds. So this is one of the most important things of Ralph, is that it's testing its code, right? It's building its own test, and that's part of the criteria for it to finish one phase, right? That's part of the completion criteria. It needs to finish these tests and build, and then it could commit the code, right? So again, work only on one task at a time. After making the changes to the file, run the test. Update the implementation plan when the tasks are complete. When all tests pass, commit and push to deploy the changes. And then this is what I had to build, and I'll show you guys why I had to build this stuff, because there is a reason to it all, right? So auto exit. I had to build this thing. It's auto exit after you complete a phase and commit your code, right? So what auto exit is basically this. I had to work with Claude to figure out if it could even interrupt its own process, and I figured it out. I did it. Everything is bash. It's so beautiful. It's so simple. Like this thing is so simple. It's incredible. So when you complete a phase of the implementation plan, you must run this command to automatically exit the session and begin work on another phase of the implementation plan. So right here, I see room for editing. So I'm gonna say, when you have completed a phase of the implementation plan and commit your code, you must run this command to automatically exit, right? So this is the command, right? It's in Markdown, but in my NeoVim, I have it rendering Markdown. But yeah, it's in Bash. So then, and it also explains what this command is doing, right? This command uses parent process ID, right? PPID, to get the parent process ID, the current Claude Code session, sends an interrupt signal to exit gracefully. That's what keeps it running, and I'll show you what happens if you don't have this. It's just gonna stop one iteration. That's why I kind of don't understand why people are just saying it's a while loop. There's more to it than a while loop. And then the last thing, right? Critical. Stop working when all tasks are complete. So important, how to stop. When you are done with all your work and want to stop the infinite loop, create a file named Ralph Done. Use the write tool with an empty string or done. This signals Ralph to stop running after this file is created. Auto exit, right? I had to refer to this because I noticed that it created the file, but it didn't auto exit, right? So again, that's pretty much it, guys. Like, it's 39 lines. There's spaces and there's stuff here. It's probably like 34, and there's still spaces, right? So this prompt with the shell script, right? So Ralph.sh. So again, right now, what we do is every time we start the iteration, we basically delete Ralph Done, right? Because we don't want that to be in the system, right? Only if Ralph itself creates it, then it breaks out of the loop, right? That's it. So if with that prompt and then this shell script, that is the whole entire thing. But that's only the implementation phase, right? So now I want to explain the entire let's say product development lifecycle right now. Like, this is the new product development lifecycle, right? So the first thing you want to do is you want to do a brain dump, right? So I don't know why this happens, but first what you want to do is a brain dump, right? What does that mean, right? Like, you're gonna get one of these tools like this, like, hey, you know, I want to build a chat app, I want to build a app about this and that, and I want to have these features, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And then you're gonna take that, you're gonna run that through the LLM, You're gonna plan. Then once you have that, right, you're gonna pipe that into your requirements generator prompt. So input your build spec.md from here, or really your brain dump. So this is gonna be your brain dump, right? You want to get the idea out of your head, right? So this is your brain dump. Then this prompt, and we're gonna build some of these features because I have them kind of like all over the place, but I want to like systematize and make it more streamlined. So yeah, so we're gonna get requirements generator prompt. The input is gonna be braindump.md. Then the output is gonna be specs feature.md, right? Because that's important, right? Because every time that we run the prompt, we always say, hey, study specs, all of the specs inside of the MD folder, or all of the markdown files inside of the specs folder, and then also study the implementation plan. Pick the most important thing to do. That's the most important thing. Everything else is just little, you know, little hints and tricks and stuff, right? So then once you have your specs, you're going to refine your specs into an implementation plan, and we're going to leverage the Claude Code ask user questions. So anytime that Claude Code asks you a question and it's like a multiple choice question, we're leveraging that tool built into Claude Code to refine the spec, right? By the time we finish that, then we're going to have an implementation plan, right? And that's it. This is all the planning right here. It just takes these 3 steps, right? And really it's kind of like 2, because you could probably just brain dump into Claude. You might not even have to, you know, even have a markdown file, right? So it's probably only 2, honestly, right? You get your specs, implementation plan, and then we have the prompt, which I kind of showed you already. But this is just high level stuff like study specs, everything in specs, you know, etc., right? Build test, use as many sub agents. Everything is already in the prompt, right? Then we run the loop, right? So I want to go ahead and show you guys what running the loop looks like without. So for example, where is this? Okay, so this is the loop that everyone talks about, right? And if you guys want some like a blog post, this blog post by Matt Pocock, Getting Started with Ralph, is really good. And this is where I saw the loop, I think. Or actually, no, I saw it on so on Jeffrey Huntley's website where he talks about this. And then you can actually read this. This is really good stuff here. I'll probably add this to the notes. Let me add this to the description. I wonder how I could edit the description. Edit video. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna have like resources here. All right. So resources. This is a good resource. This is a good resource. And then this is also a good resource. Like there's a ton of good resources, honestly. Also, I would definitely recommend the creators, Jeffrey Huntley's YouTube channel. Ralph Creator YouTube channel, right? So yeah, so let's go back here. So yeah, definitely take a look at this, and then this is where I got the prompt from. Wow, do cab prompt.md, pipe it into Claude Code, done, right? Simple. And I think yeah, so I might not even, oh yeah, I remember why. Okay, so yeah, so I kind of explained the theory, and I want to practice building something. so you guys could actually see, you know, why this doesn't work and why I had to add a few things around it, like just a very thin wrapper. Like the wrapper is very thin. I kid you not. Like this is a super thin wrapper, right? So we're just gonna pipe it, right? We're just gonna run this. This might not work because I am in fish shell. So let's see if it works. I might have to edit it for fish shell. Yeah, that doesn't work. Let's go to Claude AI. Update. Come on, man. You got this. Update. This command to. All right. I gotta learn how to do this in Bash. Okay, so that's actually simple. All right, so yeah, so we're just gonna write this out so I remember it. So that's simple actually. While true, cat prompt dot d. We're gonna pipe that to Claude, and then that's it, right? So this might not work because that's not the right file. Maybe it might work. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it did work. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. So basically, when you cat the prompt, right, you're basically piping it into Claude Code as like the first message, right? So now it's gonna do its thing, right? And because of this prompt, actually, it's probably gonna kill itself here with the parent process, but that's gonna be cool to see. And then I'll show you without that, right? I'll show you just a simple, a simpler prompt that doesn't even have that, which I think, let me see. So yeah, so we could take a look at his prompt here. This was the like original prompt that I screenshotted from his live stream or one of those videos on his channel. So I'll show you guys that in a little bit. Or actually, while Ralph is doing that, let's actually create a prompt demo.md. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a few things from this one. Okay. All right, so I guess I didn't make it. Prompt demo.md. Load. Okay. All right, so I guess it wasn't that buffer, but I didn't do anything. All right, so let me see. Yeah. So we're just gonna run that, right? This is how most people run the loop. And if you see his version, it's kind of like this. Like this was literally his prompt. You point it to some implementation plan, a README. You basically give it some instructions, make the changes to the files, run the test, update the implementation plan when the task is done. When test pass, commit and push to deploy the changes. That's it. And then that's the Ralph loop right there, right? So we're gonna run this one next so you can see why I had to add the wrapper, the very thin wrapper. So it's trying to do some things here. Let's see. I don't even know what it's doing. So it looks like it created its own spec here. You know? Yeah, like it literally created its own spec here. Okay, I see. I've created the specs and everything. Now I need to understand what I'm supposed to be working on since there's no implementation plan yet. And I'm Ralph, who should be creating it or working from it. Let me check. And this is why I don't think that the wrappers that people are making and also like the Claude SDK is it. That's why I wanted to use the actual Claude Code, right? So because you could actually see how it's thinking, and then I have verbose mode on Claude Code, so you can literally see everything that it's thinking. So, and then you just want to go through it and just kind of get a feel for Ralph, right? Like get a feel for how the LLM is thinking, right? So like because it didn't find the implementation plan, now it's gonna make it itself, right? And then this is what it came up with. Like it's gonna start running test, feature verification. It's gonna do this whole thing here, which is hilarious to me. Like, look, I'm just gonna let it run. I just want to see what it does. Cause like that's the beauty, and one thing I'm learning is that now as a developer, your job is more to guide the LLM, right? And kind of like write the documentation, the specifications, and kind of just let it go, right? And it's okay. All the knowledge that we've acquired as software engineers is used now to make specs. It's not so much about the nitty gritty writing the code anymore, which we all love. Everyone loves writing the code. There's a good feeling. It's a great satisfaction to it. So, all right. So now it completed phase 1. Let's see if it ejects and start itself again. Let's see. It's going to be fun. Now I need to update the implementation plan and auto exit as instructed. So it literally created its own implementation plan. Now it's going to exit and it's just going to run in the loop. Let's see. So, okay, next phase. Let me see. Yeah, it's just fascinating, just kind of like looking at it think. And it, look, right here. It's ejecting. Look, it just ejected itself, right? Kill init parent process. Now it's gonna start up again. Watch this. This is the most beautiful thing. Look, it just started up again. And I'm gonna show you why I needed that. Like, without that, this would not work. It just literally stops when it says, oh, I'm done. It just stops. And then that's why people make these wrappers around Ralph Wiggum, because they can't get it to do this. And it's so simple. It's literally just kill the parent process and then that's it. It's literally beautiful once it's working. So now it's literally gonna just whatever it's doing, I don't even know, build a REST API for it to do application with the following features. Like, look at this. Like, I might stop it because this is crazy. Build a simple task manager CLI with the following. Add task. Like, simple test. Let me create the test PRD files. I mean, we could probably have it just build these things later. Hopefully it doesn't implement this stuff. But that's the crazy part. And like, for example, another thing, while Ralph is running over here, right? I could probably do a new pane here. How do I get rid of in Zelish one two pane? Get rid of I gotta figure this out. Control PF. Control PF. No. I have two panes side by side and there's I have two panes around there's a border. Let me show it this. Because I kind of want to monitor Ralph and then work on something else. Let me actually do something here. Okay, make sure. There we go. Okay, so let me see if I could update Zealage. Okay, run test and verify everything works. So look, it's running its own test. Look at this. It's creating its own test. Yeah, that is something. That is beautiful. Okay, payments for. It's Control P Z to enter payment, and then F to toggle for. Control P Z. Control P Z. So Control P Z F. Control P Z F. Nah, that's not working. So what I'm going to do is we're gonna go to Zel RC, and then to remove the border around the pane, add this, or if you want to keep the frame, but yeah, add the borders. I think I want that. So UI. Is there anything? Pane frames. So I already have pane frames set to false here. So I don't get it. This is my current Zealage. Okay. So basically it's building all this stuff just for the Claude SDK version that we have. So I'm only seeing borders when I split panes. Which is strange. So I need this. All right, so let me UI pane frames rounded corners false. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now. So yeah, so for example, this is the version of Ralph where it's using the Claude Code SDK, and as you can see, like, this is the output, right? Like, it shows you the iteration, the message, the tools that were called, and like, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong, I even had to build a markdown parser so that it could actually output this cleanly, right? But why reinvent the wheel if Claude Code itself has all that built in, right? So that's why I'm bringing this very simple, very minimal, you know, way of working with Ralph. Like, I'm bringing it out because it's just so simple. I don't see why to make it so complicated. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna exit out of this, right? So I'm gonna eject out of this one right here. Boom. All right, so we ejected, and what's cool is that it remembers its, you know, where it's actually at, because if we go to LT specs and then we go into specs implementation plan, so it's been marking down its to-dos, right? So once I start it back up, it's gonna start from phase 3 because it knows that's where I left off at. It's gonna be able to tell right away, which is beautiful, right? So we're gonna do that. I just want to fix this this issue here. So how do I restart this in launch so that all of the sessions I have running get this update? Okay, so we're gonna kill all sessions. So we're gonna say detach Zel ls. So these are all the sessions we have. We're gonna kill Zel ls. Okay, so we exited it out. We got a ton of sessions here. Let's I wonder if exited. You have a lot of sessions to restart and apply to all. Okay, so let's go into Ralph. Okay, we could enter that. Hopefully it lets me exit though. Yeah, see, that's what I don't like. That's what I do not like. All right, so I'm probably gonna have to kill that tab. I'll come back here. All right, so now, okay, so what I want to do now is show you with the other prompt, so you can see that it actually does not exit. So test prompt.md, right? So I'm gonna show you now with the prompt that everyone, or the way that everyone is saying that this is supposed to work. So this is, whoa. I don't know why that happened like that. You see how it just restarted itself? Oh, we might really be in a loop here. Hold up. Oh yeah, we're in a loop now. Like we can't even get out. I forgot how to even get out of this. We might have to just, there we go, okay. All right, I thought, oh, prompt demo. Okay, my bad. I ran the wrong prompt. Prompt demo. All right, let's run that one. Let's see. So you see, this is a very standard Ralph prompt here. Very standard. Okay, so, oh wow, look at that. So because it because it read the implementation plan, it's gonna implement the next phase. So let's just see, it's gonna complete all of its tasks and then it's not gonna be able to escape, right? Which I just want to demonstrate that, and like why I had to build a very thin wrapper around, you know, this for loop here, or this while loop. Yeah, so again, this is the Claude SDK approach, which you have like the tool calls, which is all fun and cool, but like I think this is way cleaner, right? So I wanted to use this UI. I want to use this interface for everything, for planning, for just everything. I don't know why people are reinventing the wheel. You know, I think it's just being an engineer. You know, you find this really cool thing to work on, and then you're just like, I'm just gonna build. I'm just gonna build something. All right. So Let's see what we got here. Okay. So again, like I said, like I had to build a parser. So for example, you see how it says complete? That's what I was using before to kind of like eject out. And I even had like Claude Code plugins and stuff. I built so many different attempts to just eject out of Claude Code itself. And finally, I just used Bash, right? Like Bash is king. Bash is king, right? So we're watching Ralph do its thing here. I just kind of want to show, I just want to show it, you know. Let me see what it looks like on the phone here. I think you could kind of see it. What's my quality here? Highest 1080p. Okay, so I do see a little lag happening here. We got to investigate this lag. What's going on here? So Claude Code is not eating that much RAM. Okay. I don't even have a stop. Okay, so let's see what Ralph is doing. So it looks like we're just going through tests right now. Tests with real world PRD scenarios. Yeah. Let me see if I can close some stuff here. What I'm gonna do is also eject out of here so we could free up the memory and then come back. Okay. Hopefully that helps it a little bit. Man, I just see a ton of lag. I'm at 50 frames over here. Why am I at 50 frames? I don't know. I'm dropping frames all over the place. And I don't even know why. I'm probably gonna have to restart my computer. Figure it out. Let's see. Yeah, you can see the memory pressure here swapped 70% used. That's crazy. Like, why is that much memory being used? I mean, now I'm kind of seeing the frame rate stabilize a little bit. Let's just quit after. No. I don't know what's going on. Might have to restart it. There's a ton of Claude instances. Dang, there's a ton of Claude instances. Holy moly. I might have to delete all of those. That looked like a lot. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm scrolling, guys. That is a lot of Claude Code instances. Holy moly. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. All right, so that's gonna do this thing. I'm gonna say, hey, I want you to kill all of the Claude Code instances, please. See, this is JavaScript for you. Literally, this is the perfect example of JavaScript. So I'm gonna stop this because it's about to kill every instance of Claude. Because that's taking way too much memory. It killed itself. Killed every single instance. Oh look, and then this one just restarted. I love it. All right, so let's go to activity monitor here. How do I refresh this thing, man? There's no way it could still be at 70. There we go. Look at that. That's a little bit better. Physical memory, memory used. That's a little bit better, all right? So we literally had like a, I think it's called a memory leak. Claude Code memory leak. So it's something to be mindful of. So now let's see. So that's Claude. Okay. Who has the most threads here? The Windows server. Let's see what happens if you close that. All right. So I found out what happens when when you quit out of the Windows server, and I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. So that's how you learn. I pretty much got logged out, and luckily I could still stream, so that's good. Let's put up Ghosty. Let me put on the keys back. Keycaster. There we go. Okay, so Ralph is running. I just want to see what it's gonna do, honestly. Like, it's like refining this tool. I mean, if anyone wants it, you know, I'll probably put it up in the repo, and then whoever wants to use it. But to me, the main thing is this loop, and it's funny because this is the loop that we're running here. How did this break? Huh? That's interesting. Let me settings, appearance. Huh. Brew services list. So I have this one service here. Jesus, I restart my computer and then like everything just breaks. What in the world? Which FNM? FNM. FNM use. Too many open files? What are we talking about here? Why is this? That's weird. It's not copying. It's like my terminal's all jacked up now. Let's go to dot files. And let's go to ZRC. So these are key bindings. These are plugins. Web client, theme, default layout. Default layout. TV copy clipboard parameter. Copy on select. Yep. I mean, that was just working out of the box. I don't know why it stopped working all of a sudden. Let's go to... Okay. So... I'm just gonna exit out of here. UV exception. Too many open files. Pane close. We're going to exit out of this session. We're gonna say CD into projects. So we can delete, we can kill the session. So that session is killed there. Okay. And then let's restart the session, get out of here. Now it's working. I don't know what I did, but somehow it's working again. Okay, so I always do this. I always think that it's just like a regular terminal. And I just like always do that. All right, so it's not running in a loop. It's not running in a loop, so that's good. So Where's YouTube Studio at? So I'm gonna make sure that it's actually working. I think it is. There we go. All right. Cool. So it is working. All right. So just technical difficulties. How much time? I don't even know how much time. How long have we been streaming for? Okay, so we're just gonna start this timer here. Just timer. So I'm gonna start this timer for 30 minutes. Session number 1. Okay, so let's go here. All right, so it looks like we're kind of back, which is good. All right, so I think, let me see. What I could do is, all right, so let's do this. Study. I wonder if it follows comments, you know? I wonder. Let's see. I want you to look through all of the files in this project and give me a brief of everything that everything you find this project. It's your only task. Don't follow. All right, so I wonder now, was that, yeah, it is prompt on. Okay, so again, this doesn't have the exit mechanism for Ralph, so you know, it's gonna be interesting. I think now I'm actually at 60 frames. It looks like I'm holding solid 60 frames now, which is good. So I mean, that reboot kind of helped, you know. So everything happens for a reason. So let's just the timer isn't working again. That timer's hit or miss, man. That's crazy. It literally works when it wants to work, and that's it. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. Okay, so it's just gonna study the specs. So again, typically, if you don't have that eject sequence, right, then it won't be able to eject, right? So watch this. Run. I'm gonna say run this command. Yo. interrupt, parent ID. So now this is the only thing that makes it loop again. Like this is fundamental to the whole process. So look, it just ran it. Now it's gonna loop again. See? So I had to figure that out. That was like the most, I know it's so simple, and I'm just like, because I was really trying to use this interface, because this interface is so good. Like, it's just a good interface. Like, there's no reason not to use Claude Code's interface. And one of the main things is right here, your tokens, right? This is your context window. So the minute it starts, it's already at 28,000 tokens, and I could show you guys why that is. So if we go to /context, this is why you want to have a minimum config, because you want your context window to be as big as possible. So Claude Sonnet, the system prompt itself, is 18,000 tokens, which is 9% of the context window already. And then the system prompt on top of that, which is probably the Claude Code system prompt. Then you have the system tools, which is another 14.2 thousand tokens, 7.1%, right? So there alone, you have about 9 plus 7.1 plus 1. That's 17.1% of the context windows already taken. MCP tools, I'm at 0.1. I was a little higher, but I made sure to like remove any bloat, right? And then look, your auto compact buffer, for some reason that's 22.5%. So on top of what we just did, plus 22.5%. So in reality, if we look at this, we only have 70 or 68.7%, which is 137,000 tokens before it auto compacts. And then when it compacts, it's just going to use the 22. So it's going to take your whole 137,000 tokens and compact it to 45,000 tokens. So this is why the Ralph loop is so important if we want to just build software very iteratively, because we get to use this context window as much as possible. And one of the things that Jeffrey talks about is he talks about mallocing the array, which is mallocing the context window. The context window is the array, right? This is a term from system programming, from C and C++, right? And what you want to do is think about this whole array as like, this is your life cycle, and you want everything to fit in here, get the task done, eject, and restart it again, right? And another big thing of this new paradigm with Ralph is using the file system as state, right? And if you notice, that's what I'm doing with the .ralph done file, right? It is state, right? Let me see if there's one created. I don't think there's one. No, there isn't. Here's Ralph session, but all this stuff is from the other implementation, this implementation, right? The Claude Code SDK implementation. So yeah, I'm gonna stand this up. Okay, so okay, so yeah, again, it finishes everything, but it can't pop itself out the loop, as we saw, right? So that's why you need just a little thin wrapper, like not even anything too crazy. It might loop again. So luckily I was there in the in-between land. Oh, no, do not remove the ads. No. Okay. All right, so there we go. So again, this is it, right? Like, let me make that as big as possible. So if you guys want to copy this, it's not even nothing crazy. It's just this mixed with the prompt, and that is it. Like that's everything. We'll see what it looks like on the phone. I think you could see it. Well, I'm kind of, oh, I'm not even live. That's the issue. So yeah, right there, you guys could see it even if you're on the phone. It's pretty big. Again, main thing, make sure that Control C works, right? We definitely want Control C to work. And then that's it. This is the loop. Like, remove the Ralph done, which is the state on disk, which is a file that typically has like done in it or something, right? Or it could be empty. It's just all that matters is that the file is there, right? So that once we run this, if this file exists, check if the file was created and break if it exists. And then it just says done, file detected, stopping, and we're just gonna put stopping the Ralph Wiggum loop. That's it, right? That's literally it, right? And then you mix that with the prompt and like you're golden, right? Like, well, not that one. Like once you mix it with this prompt, which the most important stuff is this at the end, and like, and really all of this stuff is generic, right? I would say all this is the only thing that really changes, honestly. Like you point it to specs and you can name this stuff whatever you want, right? Like you can literally call it, I don't know, docs or whatever you want, right? It really doesn't matter. Implementation plan could be anything. Like it can literally be anything. It just does not matter. And I think the only thing I'm gonna do is like, I want to know how many iterations it takes, you know, like how long it took, or, you know, I probably want some more just kind of some more analytics, honestly. Like how long did it take, and I could just save that stuff into a file, honestly. So but that's not the core of it. Like what I just showed is literally the core. Like that is it, honestly. Like there's nothing more than that. Okay, so now we're about, oh, because that's the latest. Let me see. So it looks like, am I 1 hour in? Okay, so all right, so I'm about an hour in. So what I want to do now is actually just build something with the loop. So let's see, what have I wanted to build? Can we, so where we want to start is here. Actually, this is where we want to start, right? You want to start in some type of LLM here. So I'm just gonna say, all right, so I want to build a let me see, what do I want to build? I kind of want to build like, I don't know if you guys seen Rise time tracking app. So this is built with Electron and it's really slow, but I like that you could see everything, right? Like you could see what you worked on, your activity and all that stuff. But what I don't like is that it's a subscription and then you don't own all the data, right? So I think I'm gonna clone this, and then I also use Waka time to kind of track how long I've been coding. So check this out. So I think I might use, and I know this is a little ambitious, and this is why Ralph Wiggum is so cool, because we could be ambitious, right? So this is me tracking like my projects and like, you know, just different things, right? So I kind of want to build something more simple, and I don't like this UI. Like it's very, you know, 2010s. Like I want something sexier. But and then I also want something private, right? So let's save all these ideas, right? So we're gonna say new time tracking macOS app, right? And I want to build a macOS app. I've been learning about Swift lately. I'm actually building my own app. So basically, this is Self Vision Quest, Become Your Best. This is a gamified social accountability app, and it's much more than that, but I'm building it in iOS and Swift. And this is one of the reasons why, you know, I am building the Ralph Wiggum loop, because I want to build my dream app while I sleep, right? So, and I also want this time tracking app. I've been wanting this for a while. So what I'm gonna do is just do the brain dump, right? So the brain dump right here, right? So feature and vision dump, right? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna brain dump. This is how you use Ralph Wiggum. So, okay, I want to build an app similar to the Rise app, which is like a time tracking app. And it's synced up to your computer, so it knows like your activities, you know, it knows when you're focusing, when you're in meetings, when you're coding, when you're just like doom scrolling Twitter or like on on your browser or whatever, right? And also I kind of want to, you know, integrate a dashboard, and like I'm thinking about, I use Waka Time, right? It's an open source project, and it shows you how long you've been coding, what you've been coding on, what projects, etc. And I kind of like that, and the idea is to build it native with iOS and Swift. Actually, I want you to decide what would be the best tech stack for this application. So I am envisioning this to be a desktop app. You know, I don't want to use Electron. That's the number one thing. We can use Tauri. I'm up to using Tauri if it's capable of building this project. So it's either native iOS or Tauri. So let me see what else. And then also I want this app to be privacy focused, because we're collecting so much data that I want the user to own their data, right? Like I believe that this shouldn't be on a server somewhere. It shouldn't be paid. It shouldn't be gate kept, you know, and it shouldn't slow down your system. That's why I'm either thinking Swift or Tauri, right? So yeah, that's the idea for my app. Okay, so right there. All right, so we're gonna say this is brain dump, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this file. I'm gonna move this, actually create a new project, because I've been wanting to have this type of app. Activity tracker desktop app private, something like that, right? Yeah, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna refine this, right? So that's the brain dump phase, right? So again, right, brain dump, just talk your idea, right? So I'm gonna say talk your idea with a voice transcriber AI app, right? And that could be anything, right? That could be people say whisper flow, right? Or super whisper, right? So, and then I would say capture into a note-taking app, and then okay. So now we are going to refine this idea, right? We're going to refine the idea. All right, so this is the idea that I have for my app, and I want to refine the idea. I want to build an activity tracker app that is native, and it's a desktop app. This is the brain dump that I just recorded. Okay, so now, okay. No sync, nope, no sync. Okay, so now it's asking me questions, right? It's asking me questions. Okay, so now, you know, this is the part that people think that it's not necessary, but this is very necessary. Like, you need a plan. We now have a jackhammer, which is Ralph, that could just literally code for hours, right? But now we have to be very specific of where we point that jackhammer, like how we use it. So planning, like for the next however long I'm doing this, it's just gonna be planning now. And then at the end, I'm gonna let it rip, and then maybe tomorrow we see what was created, right? Like, I think that's the way to actually do this. So, all right, so let's go. So now we're just gonna plan the app. That's it. That's all we're gonna do now. And then what I'm gonna say is, I think I built it here, right there. Okay, so now we're gonna go here. I'm gonna say new note, and then we're gonna say spec, high level spec. Okay, so that's high level spec there. And then, where is this one? Okay, then this one, let's say move folder to activity tracker. Okay, so also staying organized is very important. Like having some type of system. Here I have a Para mixed with a Zettelkasten system, you know, because now there's so much information. Like, you need to stay organized, and I'll probably build something for that as well. So let me actually, I have an ideas, personal app ideas, clean shot. Like, you see, I have some apps here. So then I could just say I have an idea for a automated Para Zettelkasten organizer. That's an AI agent that runs on a cron job. So again, there you go. That's it. Like, my idea is captured now, right? Like, that's it. Like, it's that quick. And now the idea is out of my head and I can focus on this, right? And that's the beauty about Ralph. I think that's why the people are so excited, because Ralph literally, like, you could create anything. And it's about what will you create, right? So, okay, given the requirements, native performance, no Electron, privacy focus, system monitoring, here's my recommendation. Go with native macOS, which I think, you know, that this is the better solution, honestly. And I've been learning Xcode and Swift, and I think this is it, right? So system access, you need deep OS integration to track app usage, window focus, idle time, etc. macOS provides robust APIs for this, NS Workspace, accessibility API, screen time API, right? Yep, sandbox control, you can balance privacy with necessary permissions. Core data or SQLite for local only storage fits perfectly, right? Native field, menu bar apps, notifications. Yes, so this is what I want to build, right? So we'll probably go with SQLite. Let's see, what is the difference between SQLite and core data? Give me some real world examples. All right, so okay, so that's good. Tower limitation analysis too. Yeah, so we're gonna go with Swift. Refine feature state based on your brain dump. Here's a structured feature breakdown: automatic activity tracking, app usage, window titles, active time, coding time analytics, meeting detection, focus distraction classification, privacy. Okay, that's great. Technical approach, menu bar app, unintrusive, always accessible, background process for monitoring, local SQLite, optional file-based export for data, dashboard UI for analytics. Perfect, right? So again, I like some of this stuff, right? And so let's go to high level spec. So again, we're gonna start, like, this is the new programming language, guys. Like, that's one thing I had to accept as a developer, because I know how to code, and it's just like, English is not the language, but it is. It literally is the new language. And it's just a matter of accepting that. And it's gonna take everyone a different amount of time, but tech stack. So this is gonna be the tech stack. Right? So we just start building out these pieces, right? And then we keep refining until we have an implementation for Ralph Wiggum. Okay, so refine feature set based on your brain dump. So we already did that. All data stored locally, no cloud by default. Configurable tracking rules, exclude sensitive websites, easy data deletion. Yeah, so everything's gonna be on your computer, so it's not even gonna matter. Single user versus multiple. This no coding tracking specific. Should this integrate with existing Waka time installations or build standalone? Yes, we're gonna build standalone. So we're gonna build standalone integrations. Integrations like, so we're gonna say we will build standalone integrations like Waka time. Okay. So we're gonna say coding tracking manual. No, so this is gonna be AI. It's gonna be automatic AI base class classifications and rule based as well, based on the user preferences. Okay, so time frame. Okay, so I would say, like for example, one thing that I had to pay for in Waka time is that they only give you 7 days, right? So for the user, I want this to have multiple time frames. I want the data to be yearly, and the user is able to visualize the data on a daily and weekly and monthly basis. Okay, so notifications, so the app notify you about productivity patterns or just track passively. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I think some notifications are good. Minimal, non-intrusive. Okay. I forgot I had I could do this. And then let's try that again. Let's try that. Boom. Okay, so hey, I'm gonna see what core data is. Activity. Try view context and save. Core data abstract that sits on top of a database, which is often SQLite under the hood. It's an object graph management system with built-in features for relationships, data validations, undo, redo, and iCloud sync. I think I might just go with SQL since it's so standard. Yeah, I'll probably go with SQLite. You need complex analytical queries. You want full control over performance. You're dealing with high frequency. If you want iCloud to sync later, you need undo redo functionality. You prefer working with Swift objects over SQL. You want automatic relationships. I'm going to go with SQLite. I'm gonna go with SQLite. Yup. Yeah. Direct SQL is faster for time series data. Yep. All right, so we're gonna go with SQLite. So we're gonna say local SQLite database. Background process. So it's gonna be a menu bar app, kind of like these apps here. You can't really see my menu bar, but it's gonna be like that. Okay. And then I'm gonna say okay, so all right, what else? So I'm just gonna feed it back this stuff. And I'm gonna keep working. So let me synthesize this into a concrete technical plan. Okay. Local LLM. Process activity patterns with us and better neurons. Slow, blah, blah. Can we use the foundation models for macOS? Don't given closer. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so we got some things here. Okay. Okay, so I like this. So let's say yeah, let's blur the details if the user wants that, but by default We'll have everything enabled for more accurate tracking. Again, because we are all local, nothing cloud. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. I think CSV and JSON. Okay, so I like this. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna free the array, the context window, and I'm gonna say, hey, I want you to create a detailed spec for this app that I'm building. Also, I want you to give me a list of potential names that I can use for the app. Okay. All right. Okay, so now we're going into a entire spec for this app. So again, we planned it out, and now we're gonna go for an entire spec. Okay. So it's going deep into the code too, which is fine. What we didn't talk about is the dashboard. How is this dashboard even gonna work? I mean, we could probably have it all native. We might not even need, cause like the first thing I always go to is like top tier suggest a name, tempo, chronicle, pulse, track line, meridian, suggest peak productivity and time tracking, meridian. I kind of like Meridian. Meridian macOS app. Download Meridian for Mac. Is a advanced timepiece for macOS. Oh man. A timepiece. OS X 10.7. These people are not even in business anymore. Let's let me see something. Timecraft suggests mastery over your time. Focused. All right, so let me take so we're gonna say spec v1 All right, so that's just the first iteration of the spec. We're gonna keep refining it. Code clock, pulse, pulse, tempo. Let me say, clockwork, mosaic. Your day as pieces coming together. Mosaic, Mac OS app, Mosaic Pro. So, okay. Mosaic Pro Classic. So how about Meridian Pro or Meridian Flow? Meridian Flow. Meridian Flow. Meridian Flow. There's I don't think that exists. Let me see. Nope. Meridian Flows, the Meridian Editor, Meridian File Management for Creative Writers. Yeah, but there's not Meridian. Well, this person has Meridian / Flow here. Meridian Flow. I don't even know. Let's see. File management for creative writers. Create a project. Testing. Start a conversation. Okay. That's cool. MeridianFlow.com. They don't even have a landing page. It's interesting. Clean. How about Tempo Flow? I like Tempo Flow. Tempo Flow, something like that, or like that. Tempo Flow. Tempo Flow macOS app. Tempo Flow on the App Store. Time to find your flow. Build and run your workouts with ease. Timecraft. macOS app. Timecraft, craft your time. I'm using this powerful macOS feature. Craft your time, Swift. That's cool. That's really cool. Simple. Nice. I'll give you a star. Okay, so I'm trying to think of a name. Let's see, compiler. Oh, all right, so I'm gonna say, help me come up with unique name for my app that I'm building. I just need the specs for it so that we can work on unique, not taken names. See, this is also like, I'm seeing that this is actually an issue. So I also have software ideas and personal ideas. So business name generator agent. So the idea for this app is that if you want to have a business name, you also want to check if the social media is available for that name, and also if the .com is available for that name. So you also want to check if there's any GitHub repos, right? Like just anything that can prevent you from owning that domain space with the name. Also, there's gonna be generating ideas as well for names that are not taken. So we could validate names that you've come up with, and then we could also generate names that are, you know, just unique. So okay, so yeah, so now we got that. Quantum, I like quantum. You know me, I like quantum. So just small discrete units of time activity. How about quantum prism? I like, if it's quantum prism, that's amazing. Prism macOS app. Quantum prism. I don't see anything. I see prism. I like quantum prism. Because I know quantum is already taken. For sure, it's already taken. So, quantum prism, right? That's what we're going with. That's the name of the app, right? So, quantum prism. That's the name of the app. So now, we're going to go to projects. We're gonna make a directory, quantum prism. All right, that's what we're gonna do here. Quantum prism. Is that how you say it? No, there's only one I. So we're gonna make that directory there. And then from Ralph, we're gonna take a few things. Really, all we need is all we need to do is copy ralph.sh to quantum prism, and then copy the prompt.md. That's about it, honestly. Like, that is literally it. And then, so now I'm gonna start a new session here. Let me see if that thing fixed. Nope, it did not fix, man. Alright, so let's see. Let me actually go to context 7, Zelich. Let's chat with these. How do I remove, when I create a new pane, how do I remove the borders from all the panes so that it's minimal by default? See, borderless, that's what I want. To pane templates. No pane frames. No pane frames. This is what I want. Is no pane frames a thing? Let's go to Zel. Let's see. No pane frames. Pane frames. Toggle frames. Z. So that's Z. Control Z. No. What I don't like is I don't have the freaking things, bro. Let me see. Pane. Oh, so it would be Z. Nope. Toggle floating pane. And then toggle frame switch mode. switch pane, toggle pane frames, switch to mode normal. See, like, it literally does nothing when I do that. Control P, Z. It does nothing. This is also what's recommended here. Literally just does nothing. Alright, whatever. Well, we'll figure out my configuration later. We'll figure that shit out. Okay, alright, so I'll do that later. So we are in this quantum project here. We are gonna make specs. Alright, so we need specs. And then we're also gonna make docs. Alright, so we also have docs and specs, CD. We're gonna go into docs. And then we're gonna take this. And then we're just gonna say vim specs v1.md. Okay, so I just pasted that. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna refine this. So I have a few Claude slash commands. So if I go into here, so I have these 3 slash commands. I have create spec, refine spec, create phases. So right now we technically created the spec, right? Like we kind of did. We could have created it here, honestly. Maybe that's what we should have done. So the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna refine the spec, right? So it's gonna use the ask user questions, which is right here. Right here, ask user questions. And then it should output write the fully detailed spec back to arguments. And then I guess, okay, oh yeah, okay. So what we kind of did is this right here, right? So we got the brain dump. We did brain dump. Now we're gonna refine it. No, it looks like, let me see. So we did the brain dump. We kind of refined it with Claude Code, but we didn't put it in spec features on MD though. Cause kind of, I mean, it's kind of a feature. How about this? Let's go. Let me actually CD here. Like, I'm really trying to hone this workflow so that it could be really fast. It's gonna take a little bit, but let's see. Okay, so let's just go from the top and just create the spec. That's what we're gonna do, right? So we're gonna say we're just gonna start from the top, right? We're just gonna start from the top. See, write the complete specs. Yeah, so we have the initial kind of rough draft spec from Claude, but now we're gonna take what's in docs. So we're gonna say GLM, or actually Claude. I'm using GLM under the hood, but it's pretty much Claude Code wrapping over it. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, so all right, so now we're gonna say slash create spec, right? And then we're gonna say at docs slash spec 1. All right. So we're gonna pass that in. It's gonna create the spec. So this is the first step. So now, as you saw, we came up with an idea. We did a brain dump. We talked to Claude about it. We could have just talked to the AI about it. And then now we're gonna refine the spec so that once we have everything ready, see, and this is the key right here. This is ask user question interview. This is the key right here, honestly. Like, this is the sauce. Because now we're using this. So what's the privacy problem you're solving that's existing tools don't address? Privacy concerns with cloud-based trackers. No macOS native solutions, need native, not Electron apps, general productivity tools, don't understand development workflows, users want insights without sending there. Yeah, so all of the above. So who is your target audience for the MVP? I would say this is my target audience. Okay. What's your minimum viable product? Core tracking, basic classification, simple dashboard, data export, MVP plus Apple Intelligence, files watching, smart notifications. So this is the key here. This is the key, guys. You have to make sure that you're not over complicating Ralph. So I'm just gonna go with those two things. I think phase 2, MVP plus Apple Intelligence and file watching. Simple, right? So, okay. Yep, that's my go-to-market strategy. So again, this is the key, right? Like we have Claude Code. Give us an interview, and then eventually, once it asks us all these questions, then it's actually gonna create the spec, right? So again, phase 1, I would say input into, so /01, what did I run here? I ran this right here. So let's there we go. So okay, that's the output there. And then we're gonna go to the spec refiner, which is phase 2. So now whatever is outputted from this phase, we're gonna do it one more time, refine that, and then we'll have our implementation plan. Once we have our implementation plan, then we're able to actually launch Ralph Wiggum, and then that's when the fun really begins, right? So in the meantime, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to init a GitHub repo, and then this is gonna initialize it, it's gonna commit, it's gonna push, it's gonna do the whole shebang. So now we're in a Git repo. So yeah, so now I'm kind of seeing the workflow here. So I would say, and then talk to a alarm for the, talk to Claude Code or a big high level spec. Okay. All right, and then save document into docs. Okay, so now we're in this phase here. So that's pretty much it. Perfect. I've created a comprehensive. The spec is comprehensive. Would you like me to run refined specs, or would you prefer? So I think. Oh, okay, I see what happened here. Let me actually go here. So I think what it does is just it outputs. Okay, so I go. Create a structured spec document spec. Write the complete spec to and inform the user. Okay, after creating the initial, review the structured spec, refine with deep refinement, create phases. Okay, so it looks like it just updated this file here. But it called it MD. Yeah, so I see what it did there. So we want to move specs. So we're just gonna call it to okay, so donks. Oh, donks. Under. Okay, so now let me see. Okay. So again, now this is the new spec, right? And this is the thing with this whole process is that you have to read. This is what I had to realize. Cause like at first I was just like, yes, you know, just take care of it. I don't want to have to think about it. But like now I really like read this stuff and just make sure that everything is right. Because every step matters, right? Garbage in, garbage out. So this is the problem statement. Existing productivity apps send sensitive data to third-party servers. General time trackers don't understand development workflows and coding patterns. Electron-based solutions are resource-heavy, unlike native macOS integration. Developers need visibility into their productivity without compromising data sovereignty. So target user, privacy-conscious professionals who want insight without data leaving the device. Independent developers tracking billable hours and project patterns. This is good. Software engineers seeking to understand the productivity rhythms. Core value proposition, your productivity insights, your data, your device. No cloud required. So, success criteria. This is important, right? So, like again, we don't even need that, right? So, I just love how it gives us estimates of how long this is gonna take. Like with Ralph, we'll probably do this in a night, honestly. So these are the must-have features: track active apps via NS Workspace, window title description via accessibility API, idle detection, configurable timeout, browser URL tracking, Safari, Chrome, Firefox, Arc, nice. Sampling rate every 5 seconds, privacy first data structure, SQLite database, all data stored locally, 4 privacy levels, full blur, yep. No telemetry or analytics without explicit opt-in. Hybrid classification engine. Yep. Coding activity tracking. File system watcher for monitoring activities. Okay, real-time menu bar stats. Current app, time today, dashboard, multiple views, overview trends. Charts, pie, bar, line, calendar, time range filters. Yep. I mean, honestly, this spec is pretty good, but I'm gonna run through the whole workflow just so you guys could actually see what it looks like to build a or like prepare an app for Ralph, because I think that's very important. All right, so nice to have features post MVP. Okay, so we have some post MVP features here. So right now we're only focused on the MVP, right? So advanced insights. Okay, get integration. Then it goes in classification. Goes in gamification. Yes, gamification is definitely important. This is actually good. I love gamification. I don't know if we want this unless people ask for it. But yeah, I think all this is good. So tech stack. Yeah, Swift. I think we're in Swift 6 now. Swift version. Yeah, we're in 6.2. 6.2. Swift UI, minimum OS, recommended. Okay. So, location. Optional. Okay. NS Workspace, app switching detection, accessibility API, window titles and browser URLs, CG event, keyboard mouse idle detection, file system events API. Okay, architecture, activity monitor classification engine. Okay. So we have activity monitor classification engine and analytics engine. Constraints, privacy, zero network request. Okay. Alright, user flow, install and launch, request accessibility permissions, configure privacy level, set up monitor directories, start tracking. So this will be your monitored project directories for coding. Daily usage, menu bar shows current activity. Okay, scope on this. I mean, this thing is comprehensive, so this is very comprehensive. Okay, out of scope, integrations. This is good to have. Open questions. Okay, so it's probably gonna ask me all these questions too. Why native? Why SQLite? Why hybrid classifications? Why menu bars? So this is very comprehensive, honestly. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna save all those changes, and now we are going to refine spec here. So we're gonna say, look, and it's already recommending me, like Claude Code is recommending me this. So, oh, because I changed the name of it, that's why. I think it's at specs. No, specs. This one. Oh, wait. Again, every time that you're finished with a thread, you don't want to continue. You want to start over. This is something that I'm learning with Claude, and there's a way to run that command the minute you start, and you just put it in parentheses. This is the best way to do it. Just put in parentheses. So then we got that. And then you see, it's just like the way I ran Ralph. It just starts immediately. Okay, again, now it's gonna ask us some more questions, right? And the key to this prompt, let me see if I could pull this one up. This was refine spec, right? So the key to this prompt is read the file arguments and conduct a detailed in-depth interview about it using Ask User Question tool, which is this tool right here, right? So I'm gonna bring that tab over. And then ask us about technical implementation details and architectural decisions, UI UX, potential concerns, edge cases, and failure modes, trade-offs between different approaches, performance, scalability, maintenance implications, security and data privacy consideration, alternative approaches, and why they weren't chosen. Avoid asking obvious questions. This is very important. Dig deep into nuanced decisions, ask follow-up questions based on my responses, continue the interview until you have a comprehensive understanding of all aspects. Only after the interview is complete, write the fully detailed spec back to arguments. So I kind of don't like that. Well, actually, because we haven't even done the implementation yet. So this is still good. It's gonna keep refining the same spec, right? So we'll work on that. So now it's asking us about the activity monitoring system, samples every 5 seconds, and the user API for window titles. This could be flagged by macOS security mechanism. Have you considered how to handle scenarios where user revokes permissions mid-sessions or to gracefully detect when accessibility permissions are lost? We'll implement permission monitoring with reprompt actively monitor permission status. Gracefully degradation to fall back to mobile phone. So we could reprompt. What would I want? I would want to be reprompted immediately, honestly. So the hybrid classification entry has 4 layers with Apple Intelligence as layer 3. Given that Apple Intelligence features are macOS fitting, how should you handle the classification quality between users on macOS 14? Should this affect the marketing message? Transparent about quality difference, clear to communicate that provides enhanced but maintains 80% target. Invest equally and our framework make national robust enough that accuracy gap is between market AI features as enhanced experience, position of as bonus features rather than core value proposition focus on privacy as more information. I want to say a minimum 15.1. Like, we're using latest technologies, so because I think that I'm on 15.7. I'm on 15.7. So the spec mentions 5% CPU usage as performance tells file system watching for coding directories can be resource instead of large numbers or get directory. What's your strategy for balance? So smart ignore patterns for sure. Configure monitoring depth. Let users choose light or deep. No, just smart ignore, right? Like, we don't need anything. Adapt to something. Reduce file, increase when file system is idle, batch processing with throttling, queue file system events and process them in batches while idle periods to spread CPU load evenly. That's pretty cool. See, and one thing about this process is that you could get a little too crazy because it gives you so many features. And again, this is why, in a way, Ralph is like a GPS in a Tesla, right? Like, you have to choose the location and you have to be knowledgeable about how to get there, to describe and kind of like guide it along the way. So the database stores potentially sensitive data locally. You mentioned optional encryption with SQ cipher, but don't specify if this is default. Given the privacy first positioning, should encryption be opt out, default on? Yes, so the encryption is going to be opt out for sure, because this is a lot of sensitive data. So definitely not opt out of encryption. All right, so let's continue here. So the cool thing is that we're setting all this up, and my idea is that I'm gonna let this run once we have the last bit, which is we're here now, right? We're refining everything. We basically generated the brain dump. Now, I mean, then we ran step 1, and then this is step 2. We're gonna say /o2 refine prompt.md, right? And then once we're done with this one, it should, I think we actually have one more step. Hold up, because then we have to break it up into phases. So it actually looks like we have one more step. So oops, sorry about that. I need to figure out my template. What happened to my template? Something happened to it. Okay, so this is gonna be create implementation plan, and then this runs 3, which is this one, create phases. What is it? Create phases, right? And again, I'm still refining the system. Create phases, spec. I'm still refining the system. I want to make it really efficient because I have a lot of ideas for apps, and I think I could finally build them with Ralph just in the background, just cooking up. So that's kind of my idea, to build the system that builds the apps. All right, so let's go here. So yeah, this is the last one, right? This is the one that generates the final specification, executable phases with atomic tasks, and then it outputs to feature implementation plan, which that's what we feed into the prompt. And then once we feed that into the prompt, we run the Ralph Wiggum loop, right? So if you haven't seen it already, in the beginning of the stream, I demonstrated the conventional methods that people are using for Ralph Wiggum, and just the thin wrapper that I built. And it's a very thin wrapper. There's not a lot going on. This is literally it. Most people say that you just have to run this, but the thing about just running this is that there's no way for Claude to escape. So we had to build some more tooling, and then also this is a fail safe. Once Ralph is actually done, this actually breaks it out of the loop. And then the prompt does a lot of very interesting things. So this is the main thing that gets the loop to keep going right here. So it took me a little bit to figure this out. I tried a lot of methods like slash commands and plugins, all types of stuff. But you just tell it to run this, and it's kill interrupt parent process ID. Because when it runs any bash command inside of Claude Code, it's in a Z shell. So parent process ID is who called the shell, which is Claude Code, and then it ejects. Once it ejects, it's in the while loop, and then the while loop kicks in, and and then we just run this whole thing again, right? And then we just have this to make sure that Control C works in case we have to eject, manually. But that's about it. So idle detection is mentioned as using CG event, but CG event monitor requires input monitoring permission separate from accessibility. This is an additional permission hurdle. Sure, should idle detection be implemented with, or is there no hybrid approach? Let me see. IO use IO to monitor system on a single screen time necessary, but may need additional entitlements. So let me see. Monitor application front mode switches via NS works only if no app switches per X minutes. Mark as idle. Simpler or fewer permissions? No. Do I care about a permission? I mean, I've enabled multiple permissions for apps just because of how iOS is. Use IO kit to monitor system idle time, same as screen time. No CG event required, but I think we could go with that one. Browser URL track has listed as monitoring supplier. Each browser structures differently. Paste title. How would you extract URLs with accessibility single permission? Poll window titles for all browsers and extract URLs via regex string parsing, single permission. But may be fragile to browser UI changes, app scripts for browser extensions. Track only app name and window title for browsers. Don't show your classified based on the window title. GitHub. Yeah, you see, this is where you have to make sure that you make the right choices, because now I have to choose between URL, just no URL extraction, or using accessibility. So see, I want to go with this one because I'm sure that I could build regex strings, but then there's going to be a lot of testing for that. We could also add this at the end, right? So I'm going to say I want to go with no URL extraction for MVP, but I want to add the first option as a post MVP roadmap. Okay, so then I added that. The spec mentions relativity score correlations, but doesn't define the algorithm. A poor or arbitrary score could demotivate users. No scoring algorithm, defer to post, collect data, but don't surface a score until we understand. Yes, you see, there's no need for that, right? Smart notification unlimited to 3 days, 3 per day. What specific trigger should distraction duration, the focus session milestones, pattern based, rule based, trigger when user spends and entertainment categories doing work that the final work time. Focus session trigger when continuous focus session quality exceeds. Okay, I think those are good. Let's see what we get from there. Okay, let me see what this looks like. This one. Try to go key features and requirements. Each phase must build on the previous one. Single phase should be. See, this is the key right here, right? Like, we want one single context window. Like, that's the key right there. And then the next step right here, so estimate 3 to 6 tasks per phase maximum, and then tasks should be clearly scoped and bounded. Each task makes one discrete verifiable change. Task can be independently tested and verified. If a task fails, it doesn't break the entire phase. And then this is kind of like the structure. So this is the final output that we're gonna give Ralph, and then once we give this to Ralph, that's when it's gonna just start cooking. It's just gonna start cranking, and then we're just gonna let it do its thing. Okay. Okay, so look at this. Write the task. See, like, we have to change all this stuff because I've had this for other things. So this needs to be output location. All right. So this is why you gotta read through all this stuff. Like, this is the new programming language. It's just English. English is literally the programming language. You still have to understand what's going on under the hood, how technology works, architecture, etc., etc., etc. But the abstraction is literally English, which is crazy. For the SQLite schema, how are you structuring the core tables? The trade-off is query performance analytics and fast aggregations. So time series partition, time to optimize events partition by fast data range queries for data partitioning, JSON blob storage, events stored as JSON blob SQLite flexible. Schema for featureable attributes and recurring categories requires JSON extraction. Okay, so oh no, hold up. I want to take a picture of this and then I want to give this to Claude because this looks like a very important architectural decision for this app. So I think I was able to extract the text there, yeah. Okay, so my recommendation, hybrid approach, option 1 with use your specific constraints, right? Pattern, 5 seconds, patterns. Okay. All right, so it's gonna give me a schema here. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna give this to, once it finishes, I'm gonna give it to, I'm just gonna write it here, but I'm gonna write a whole thing over there. Oh no, dang. Okay, so this has happened to me before. What you could do is say, ask me the last questions again, please. I exited. Okay. All right, so we're gonna copy that while it's loading back up. Let's read through this. Okay. So you could literally just write raw SQL in SQLite in Swift. That's super cool. Daily. That's pretty cool. Okay, so all right, so it's asking me the questions again. I just wrote this whole thing. All of that. Okay, so batch write every 30 seconds is specified, but if the app crashes, you lose up to 30 seconds. Then what's the strategy for balancing performance? In memory coalescing buffering, in memory buffer with 30 second plus coalescing to prevent. Wall mode with relaxed sync. Definitely wall mode. We definitely need that. Hybrid immediate batch. Again, I'm just gonna ask Claude Code this because some of these things are kind of like when it comes to databases, I'm not an expert. I know how to use it, but this is like really advanced stuff. Hybrid approach, combination of 2, 3, 4. Again, look at that. So excellent. You're absolutely right with a naive thing. And again, data is very important on this app. Like this app is all about data. So it looks like a hybrid approach. Background threads, serial queue, all writes happen off maintenance before you got by, but still flush every 30 seconds timer. Okay, so let me see if I can answer these questions. When 4-layer classification rules and now Apple Intelligence, so how should this pipeline integrate with facility? Write raw activity first, then async update with classified character ensures no data loss. Classification can happen later. I kind of like that. That's not bad. Okay. Let me check this one there. Okay. I don't know if it worked. No rate limited. Use App Intelligence free. macOS handles on-device resource management. Trust Apple's OS level scheduling. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, so it did include it. Good. Provide detailed response for the database schema question, but left the batch write question empty. You answered. Should follow up on the empty batch write. Show your question and then continue with more. Can you give me a solid answer to right question? Just if you... Okay. So let's see. Right here, and then next. There we go. Okay, and then NS popover based drop down native field, but popover can fill the text from menu bar, custom window, Swift UI menu bar extra, declarative API modern but less customizable than AppKit based approaches, NS menu only, no rich preview. Native field, but popover can field attached. So what are these people using here? Whatever most macOS apps use for their menu items. The most flexible and modern. Okay, so the file system watcher for coding directories needs to balance comprehensive coverage with the Fire 1,000 events per second in active development. Requires careful ignore pattern filter. Yep. Simple but slow. Kernel level, dispatch, source file. Defer to post. Let me see what Claude thinks about this. Extract this. Okay, so let's go to the next one. How should the app detect the program language for each directory? This affects categorization, debugging versus coding analysis. Extension-based mappings, map file extensions to languages. Yeah, that's pretty good. Tooling file heuristics, detect from. Yep. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Let's go there. So we got that one. Okay, use option 1. So we're gonna go with option 1. Submit. All right. So again, this refinement, it takes time, but you have to really just go through it, and you're learning too, right? Like this whole process, you're learning. Like I'm learning a ton of stuff. Like I'm learning how to build macOS apps, and I didn't know half of these names. You know, primarily I've done a lot of web development, so this is just different. Keep all data forever. User can manually delete. Yes. What's the default data retention policy? The spec list that okay, forever. How should the app handle exclude apps that shouldn't be tracked? Smart defaults from running apps on first launch. Opt-in exclusion only. Curated default list. Ship with curated exclusion list. Users can override but have sensible defaults. I like sensible defaults. Sensible defaults are good. Multi-monitor setups are common for developers. How should the app track activity across multiple displays? The accessibility API can report multiple focused windows depending on implementation. Per display tracking, primary display only. No special handling. Focus based. If the app crashes, macOS kernel panic, force quit, the in-memory 30-second buffer is lost. How should the app detect? Timestamp, check my margin. Okay, flush any so core data style journaling right to check last write timestamp, write heartbeat to db every 60 seconds if gap. Kind of like this. That sounds pretty cool. All right. Okay. All right, so let's keep looking at this while that's loading up. I mean, I guess we kind of finished this. Output location, task, test description. So expected outcome. So we definitely need test. This is important. Right. So okay. The 4 privacy levels need a concrete implementation strategy. Should filtering happen on right time? Query time filtering, right time redaction, store partially redacted data based on level. Store full data always, privacy level only affects UI display, same data, just show differently, simple implementation. Okay, so we're gonna go with this one because you know this app, like you own the app, right? Like it's yours, you know, you could download it and it just works, right? So it's yours, it's on your device, like it's good. When the app first launches, it needs accessibility. What's the UX flow? macOS doesn't allow apps to enable this programming. So, blocking modal with deep linking, yes. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, for app tracking, should the primary identifier be the bundle or the app name? Both. Store both. Use bundle ID as primary key, but let users customize display names. Yeah, I like that. Actually, I would like. Wait, so it says both. Store both. Use bundle ID. So I guess we're storing bundle ID and app ID, and then the user can also customize. Oh, that's good. Okay. Let's go with that. How should timestamps be stored? Developer traveling from SF to Tokyo should have space, but store all timestamps in UTC. Convert to users standard practice. Works across travel. Yep, UTC. Sounds good. UTC. I was supposed to have some coffee around here. I don't know. I don't know where it went. Alright, so this looks good so far. Read the specs, I understand the overall part of the code, key feature and requirement. Break the work into phases following these principles. Each phase must build on the previous phase. Each phase should demonstrate testable independently. Single concepts window. Estimate 3 to 6 tasks. And create test to run with one agent. Work that can be done with multiple sub agents. Okay, so I'm gonna say segment or describe single agent workflows, multiple workflows. Okay, so for the main dashboard interface, what's the navigation pattern? The spec mentions dashboard with multiple views, single window tabs, standard. Sidebar navigation like mail or notes. Left sidebar shows tabs. Yeah, sidebar. Definitely sidebar. Best choice for modern macOS apps. Let's go with Swift charts. Custom Swift UI drawn with canvas and shape. Maximum control below to minimum. Eventually we could probably do that. Mature, more feature rich than Swift charts, but third party dependencies. Huh. DG charts. So what is DG charts? Swift. Beautiful charts for iOS. Line charts, gradient fill. Okay. Documentation, you can read the official. Okay, there's another as the API is 95% the same as on Android. Swift charts. Let's see, Swift charts. I think I'm using this in my latest app. Chart 3D. 3D charts. See, the Apple ecosystem is very interesting. It's like there's a lot of things that happen in the Apple ecosystem, but there's like no hype. The documentation kind of sucks. It's a very interesting ecosystem, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's very interesting. So okay, so we have like they have all these APIs here. Tons of APIs, bro. So this is a Swift, and then, so we have Swift UI, Swift data, Swift testing, playgrounds, packages, Swift charts, Swift language itself. Okay. And it doesn't even save. Swift. Okay. So Swift charts. I think I'm just gonna go with everything Swift first, and then if we need something else, we'll change it. Okay, so the spec mentions CSV export with privacy filter. How should the export UI work? Should users configure filters, export time, or does the export respond? Okay. Privacy level drop down selector, including privacy level selector, export level applies. Okay. That's actually good. Date range picker, category filter checkbox include categories, export current view only. Okay, let's just do that. Idle detection timeout is mentioned as configurable, but not how. What's the default and what range should users be able to set? Fixed 5 minutes, no configuration, mark as idle. Yeah, we're gonna do that for MVP. We could also update in the future. Okay. Good progress dashboard. So one thing about Claude Code is setting up verbose mode so you can see everything. It's very important. All right. So how should the app handle macOS sleep-wake cycles? Pause tracking on sleep. Yep. Welcome back notification. Resume or new session based on duration. No special handling. Okay, so the spec mentions Sparkle for auto updates, but how should this work in practice? See, I didn't even know Sparkle. Like, what is this? Sparkle, Swift, macOS, Sparkle framework. Update framework. Manual updates, update developer banner, user clicks down the MG, more control but higher friction. I mean, I would like that. I don't lie, I would. But I think for MVP, it's too much. How will you validate include performance? Yeah, okay, when errors occur, there is how should the average user expect? Silent log. Okay. Alright. So okay, probably going to end the stream in a little bit. Looks like looks like I've been going for about 3:30. Okay. Seamless encryption, transparency users. Okay, for the beta testing phase, how should you distribute builds? Spec mentions app sandbox and bylaws and this and that. Okay, standard sandbox container. I can't read outside its container. No sandbox completely release on sandbox. Okay, the testing strategy mentions unit tests, but given the core logic. Core logic, for sure. All right, as you guys see, this process is a little long-winded, but it's all for good use because everyone wants to get to Ralph Wiggum, but you really have to like work on your documentation, your specification, this whole process flow. You know, we're almost getting to the end of this thing, so I'm thinking for now it's gonna be a one-time purchase. Yep, and then probably for yep, yep. Okay. Okay, the spec says MVP completion. Shit. Core charging. Okay, so yes, this is very comprehensive. Like I don't know how long I've been here answering these questions, but it's worth it. It's honestly worth it. And all this takes time, right? Like everyone wants to get to the Ralph loop, which we will. I'm just gonna let it run and I'm gonna take a break and then I'll come back later. Okay, so I think we're done. Honestly, I think we finally finished. Let me see. It's thinking perfect. Now I have clarity. Now I have comprehensive information. Critical decisions made. Architecture and tech stack. Monitoring. Okay, so there was a lot of nuance there. I think we're good. Okay, I think we're about to let this loop run. I've been going for like 3 hours, so I'm definitely gonna take a break here soon. Okay, so I'm really just waiting. Okay, so while that's cooking there, so we're pretty much here. So we just did phase 3 and now we're getting ready to... Oh, I didn't know you can move that. We're getting ready to actually do the loop. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Open questions resolved. I was just looking for a lot of attention. I know. Okay, so we're just waiting there. I think everything is good. I might update this prompt for a few things. Let me let's do Claude. I want to update I want to figure out a way to store iterations if the loop system this project or something so that I know okay, so now it's writing. So now it's updating spec.md. So look at that. Like 1,000 lines. Jesus. And it did a lot, right? So like Claude Code gave us a few things. Core tracking, but now we have real specific information. Everything is really specific now. See, look, analytics energy, actor, SQLite, cipher encryption, local only. Like, it's way more descriptive now. Like, way more descriptive. So now, the question is, though, that doesn't look like it produced. It doesn't look like it actually did the thing. I mean, it refined it. Oh, I think the issue is that I was just here. I was just refining it. Now I have to create the phases, which that is less interactive though. So that's the good part. It's less interactive. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now we're going to free this context window, and then we're gonna run the refiner here. We're gonna say /3 create phases at specs. Okay, so that was just refining the specs. Now it's actually gonna run. Now it's actually gonna create the phases. Wow. Okay, so we're probably gonna have to figure out how to make this flow faster here. A little bit faster. I mean, once it's going, but we just want to make sure our plans are correct. So now this is going to create the phase, which is going to create the implementation plan, which is going to output to specs feature /md. That's gonna be the output there. Yeah, and then we're gonna run the loop. So we're gonna let that run. Ralph iterations track persistence between runs. Iteration display shows a banner with the current iteration at the top of each loop. Total count. See the current. Okay, so let's see what it did. So now we made the loop a little longer. We added a little bit more code to Ralph. Okay, so we have a file called Ralph iterations if equals 0. So cat iteration file, which is just gonna have a number. Iteration is iteration plus 1. Okay, and then echo iteration. Okay, and delete the total iterations. All right, cool. So it's saving it to a file. This is the file. So it's saying if it doesn't exist, so every time we start the loop, we need to delete it, just like in, actually I could just do that myself. So right here we could say iterations file. All right, so then it just removes that, and then that's it. You're good to go. Okay, so it looks like... Why didn't it save that? No way. No way, bro. Did I not save it? No, I did. Docs. There's no docs here. Slash docs. Slash tasks. The only thing I could think of is because it's probably loaded up. This thing is probably loaded up, so I have to actually exit it because all the commands are probably loaded up. So we're just gonna go Claude. Yeah, we could have. So this should actually save it again. So we're gonna let that run. Okay. So I want to learn more about this progress file. Update progress file with what you did. Okay, so let's get out of there. Okay. Okay. So let me see. So we're gonna say make directory, no, touch progress.txt. So commit your changes, find the next incomplete task and implement. Yeah, so let's do plan mode. Let's do plan mode here. Let's do that. And does this do... doesn't... Maybe... Okay, so... between runs. So, okay, so if we're doing between runs, we don't want to delete that. Okay. So we're gonna have the loop created. Okay, so I'm gonna say if no progress.txt, then we want to update it. It's just so nostalgic, like typing code now. Like you just want to type the most random stuff just to feel like you're doing something. It's crazy because I could tell Claude to do all this stuff. So nostalgic. Find the height for run the test and type checks. Add progress.txt. So, okay, so study progress.txt. Then I don't know why I keep going out when I'm in the folder already. So I could literally say Ralph progress.txt. Yeah, like this implementation is cool. Like it really runs, but there's minimum like feedback. Like I like feedback. So append your progress. Like I'm a sucker for feedback. So we're gonna say append your progress there. Okay, so this probably is done by now. Yeah, so this is done. Let me see. So look, it has test. So it followed our instructions this time. Question is, where's it at? Okay, there it is. Quantum Prism implementation plan, right? So now we're gonna take that here. I'm gonna try this variable approach. I wanna see if this works. So we're just fine tuning the prompt at this point. And we're gonna let it rip, and then I'm gonna take a break. So again, I have most of these links in the description if you want to go and read them out. But I think that's good. I think I got. And this is another thing that I want to work on. Okay. So this is the key. Like we want to give Claude Code agency for it to decide. So highest. Yeah, this is one of the key things. Like we want the highest priority. Can check any feedback loops such as types and tests, append your progress, make a git commit. If while implementing the feature you notice that all your work is see, like this doesn't work. This is why I had to invent that whole kill parent process, because like that stuff does not work, and it only works if you don't want feedback. Like for example, here you're in a sandbox, Claude is printing, but like you don't get all the feedback, and I think all the feedback is really valuable. I think it's very valuable. There is also this that I have to research and read, Anthropic's research on long-running agents. So I definitely want to read this. So I think I'm good, right? Like I think I'm good with this implementation. If we just LT, so now this is the main thing here. We got the spec, and then we have the implementation plan. And then this is old stuff, right? So we're just gonna remove that. Old dot specs, because we don't need that. And then we don't need docs. So now, this is all we have, right? We don't even have a project initialized. Nothing is initialized. The most we have is that we're in a Git repo. And, you know, init Ralph repo. Like that is it. That's like literally everything we have right there. That's it. This is the Ralph Wiggum right here. That's it. You have to come up with a comprehensive implementation plan. Specs. You have your Ralph SH, right? Which is just this. Before it was even smaller. I just added a few things. I wanted to know the iterations and keep progress. I gotta check if this works. I think this should work, but we'll see. I might have to put this in quotations. Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, let me fix that. I might have to put this in quotations. Let's just, yeah. Like, I'm not an expert at Bash at all. Like, I'm not. But Bash is not a hard language to learn. So again, now we're gonna run the loop, and let's hope for the best. Let's hope for the best. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna let it run like one iteration, cause I like to see one iteration at least. I like to see a loop, and then that's it, guys. This is the Ralph Wiggum right here. This is literally it. Like, this is literally it. Look at that. Ah, that's beautiful. That's freaking beautiful. See, I didn't even know it could do this. It's scaffolding the project with Xcode build MCP server. Wow. That's crazy. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Just to see what could happen is just beautiful. Wow. I'm glad I have that MCP. If you guys want that MCP, Xcode build MCP. Really good MCP. Just look at the stars. 3639. That's fire. Yeah, it's really good. I didn't even know you could scaffold products out. Session set defaults. Wow. That's amazing. Again, just a little bit, you know, especially from iOS apps. There's a lot of like the tooling is not the greatest, but now we have Xcode build MCP, and yeah, I'm just gonna let it do its thing. I'm just gonna let it do its thing. This is beautiful. It's like this feeling of like it's alive, right? Like it's just gonna do its thing. It's just gonna keep going. It's a beautiful feeling. We're at 70,000 tokens so far. I mean, there might be a lot. This might be a lot of stuff. I don't know. Like, this should have just been the first step right here. So we'll work on smaller tasks. So let me this task. Okay, so it's building. So now the project is building. It literally initialized the whole project. macOS build succeeded with schema Quantum Prism. Next step, get app path, launch. Wow. This is the entitlements. So now it's building hourly summary. All right, I'm just gonna let it do its thing now. I'm just gonna leave this on the screen. And I'll be back. I'll be back later. I'll be back. Yeah. I'll be back later, man. Also, like this right here, this is a Swift, the LSP for Swift. So again, you know, you build your tool chain around the type of project you're building. So I've always wanted to build a macOS app, especially this type of app, because all the other ones that I've used just suck for me. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'm going to take a break. I'm gonna mute my mic. It doesn't work, but I'm muted over here. All right, so it looks like the Ralph loop is done. I've been monitoring it on my phone, just watching more videos. So all right, let's see what we got here. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna say we're gonna hop into Claude. How can I build and test this from MacBook? All right, so we're gonna test this out. We're gonna see how it works. So I think this was about like 3 hours. If it literally did this in 3 hours, that's gonna be insane. Let's see. Let's see when I left. Let's see how long it's been. See, this is why I kind of want some like analytics. I think that's the next thing I'm gonna do is build analytics. So about 2 hours and a half. 2 hours and a half, guys. So let me so maybe here. So we're gonna add a Ralph Wiggum updates. Add some analytics. How many iterations? How many lines of code? How long it took to finish the project? Okay. All right, so that's that. Let's go back here. So let me see. Okay, so we're gonna open this. I'm gonna open it in Xcode. So we're gonna open this in Xcode. Okay. Let's bring this to 4. Okay, so let's see what we got here. We got the Quantum Prism package. We got some configs. We got some UI test. Quantum Prism app. System features. So it looks like it built a package that I guess I use. Test.xconfig. Okay. Entitlements. Nice. Assets. We're gonna need to build let's error handlers. Okay, so this is the dashboard. Yeah, I mean, it built a lot of code. Let's see how many lines of code. Can you check how many lines of code this project has? So like, this is the type of stuff that I would do. So this was the, let me see. Ralph. Oh man. Yeah, that's to ignore. Prompt and get. Okay, so okay, So see how many lines of code. All right, so 10,000 lines of code, 48 Swift files, feature package, 8,591. This is where most of the application logic lives. Test, 1,333 lines of test. Main app shell, 36 lines. Minimal app entry, UI test, 27 lines. So, wow, that's a lot. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna clean, we're gonna build, and then we're gonna go from there. So the build failed. Okay. So we're just gonna run that. Help me fix this. Go there. So let me see. Okay, so I could do copy prompt.md to app fixes.md. App fixes.md. Okay. All this is good. Really, it's just this that would have to change. So it wouldn't be implementation. It would be study. So it'd be study the fix app fixes.md, something like that. Package feature definition SDK macOS 16. Okay, so one of the issues is that I'm not on macOS 26. One of the build issues that I see is that I'm not on macOS 26. I'm on 15.7. So can you update this? So it said it fixed the build errors. So we're gonna clean, and then we're gonna build. So we're gonna see. So build succeeded. Okay. So it says that the build succeeded, and apparently it's running. Where is it? I don't know. What's the icon for it? Is this the icon? No, that's the Steam Deck. I don't see. Okay, so quantum I just kind of want to see if I could actually see something. So it says that I'm running, but all right. So I was able to build and then launch. I was able to build and run the app with Command plus R, but I'm not seeing the app anywhere. Where should I be looking? So I don't even see it in the menu bar. So that's Steam Deck, that's Time Machine, that's Lulu Keycaster. All these apps I'm familiar with. And then I don't see it here. New menu items appear here. I don't see it there. So yeah, I don't see it there. Let's see. Great, I can see there's a menu bar view. Let's see what's supposed to display. The menu bar extra isn't implemented yet in the code base. This is a work in progress. The user won't see anything because the app is configured as a menu bar app accessory mode. No dock icon. There's no actual menu bar extra being shown. I should let the user know what's happening. Suggest they look for any check if there are any views that could be displayed. Now I need to make the post so they can be accessed from. Check, okay. Okay, so okay, after running, okay, so basically let's kill that, and then we're gonna build again. So apparently it's gonna show a hex icon. After running, you should see a hex icon in your max menu bar at the top. Okay. Build failed. Okay. All right, the build failed with these errors. So I'm kind of curious, what are the top macOS apps by revenue? Top Honor of Kings. Photo sweeper. Up figures. Let's go. Oh, sure. Question mark. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with this thing. Okay, there we go. Fargo, that's okay. Did it work now? Okay, now that's working. All right, so privacy mode. So it does look like it's still cooking up. All right, but I'm just gonna register here. This one. This one, this one. You know, it looks like the highest grossing apps, it's either like a social media. Top downloaded on iOS is ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Block Blast, which is Daily Puzzle, and Block Crush, which is literally a Tetris clone. That's crazy. They probably have ads on it or something. Again, it's just a lot of drama box, stream drama shorts. That's interesting. Free reels, dramas and reels. Huh. In-app purchases and ads. It's very interesting. So trust MR. So cool thing is that now we could see these things. Think again. Holy crap. This guy has 3 million MRR. Holy moly. 3 million MRR all time. What the heck? No way, this guy has 383 followers. Yeah, now he has more. See, like I don't know if I want to build something this big. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, like you see something. Dang, this person's revenue is what the heck? They had 20K over here. Now they're at 1K. Jesus, that churn is crazy. That is a wild roller coaster. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this. It must not be good for someone. It's in French too. See, like, I want to get into building AI agents. Like, all this stuff could be an AI agent. This would actually be a really good thing. Where is this at? Is this in France? I just want to know where this place is at. I feel like it's in France. Yeah, Paris. There's Paris. France. Yeah, it looks like it's France. Yeah, that definitely is French. This is actually a huge business problem. And then another thing that I'm trying to do is automate marketing. So for example, like cold emails and a bunch of stuff. So like a fully automated business. Fully automated business. Right here. This is it right here. Fully automated business. So build. Okay, so new folder called one person businesses fully automated. Okay, so I'm gonna say new note, WordPress automated WordPress services. Okay. And then, so these are the services here. Okay. Services. So, and then the good thing with this is that we can automate this because we could probably scrape. Like you see all these support emails, we could probably do something like where we could scrape. Like if this plugin right here could figure out if someone's using a WordPress site, then we could probably have a web scraper collecting emails for these WordPress websites, reaching out to them, you know, changes on your website, WordPress repair, WordPress migration, long time loading time optimization, malware, WordPress maintenance, WordPress hosting, WordPress WooCommerce support. Yeah, whatever they need. This is cool. Okay. Okay. So right now we're kind of researching what's the next thing we're gonna build. Okay, so let me clear that out. Let me try to build again while I'm doing some research here. Also, definitely social media. I mean, it looks like he's selling this. 7 offers received, 7.7x revenue. Saw this recently. Contest asking price, and this is another thing, right? This is another thing right here. If we build these automated business, we could literally sell them. Like, I think this is huge. I think this is huge right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I really believe that this is big. If we could do this. Look at this AI. This is crazy. This is nuts. So like, imagine we have an end-to-end platform and we're doing this, right? Like, we're pushing to all these platforms, we're creating ads. Wow, like, this is good. This is actually really good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, this stuff is, it's really good. They're using Webflow. 49 bucks a month. Yeah, like, this stuff is good. I think it's there. I think now we just have to be smart. Grammar checker for sale, multiple 4.3x, asking price AK. Look at this grammar checker. Grammar checker, guys. Grammar checker. Wow. Again, all these people are selling. Look at this, 17 offers received, asking price AK. So like, this Mark Liu literally made an entire marketplace. Genius. This is genius for it, bro. SEO bot. This is another thing I want to get into. I want to clone some of these things, like SEO bot. I know this is huge. So what are these numbers here? Oh, this is day-to-day revenue. Okay. So this is his actual MRR increasing. So he's literally like at 100k MRR for this AI agent. See, but my thing is that I kind of want a quick flip, you know? Look at this, online courses for developers. See, but that's not a good market, honestly. It's not a good market. We want stuff like grammar checker, right? Like, yeah, we're definitely gonna do some research. We're gonna clone some of these. Definitely gonna clone some things. Apparently it says the MR is 31. Habit kit. Yeah, this is something that I'm gonna add to my my app here. So subversion requests. How about yeah. Move plus. Yeah, like I want to have home screen widgets. Yeah, basically just took GitHub, literally. This is literally GitHub, bro. All right, I think I'm gonna wrap it up for the day. I've been kind of streaming for a minute. Feature bot, stop on. See, like something like this we could easily build. See, like this is something easy to build. And look, and they build a bunch of tools. Premium Pro, $10 per month. Look at this. So if we just take an average of, let's say 6 divided by 22,000, 22,000 divided by 6, about 3,600 users. All-time revenue, $1 million for links, bro. Like literally just links. This is wow. All-time high 41K, hovering 20. But still, like this is really good. We gotta definitely be strategic. I think B2B super coder. Like I think the key is B2B. This is French to automate and landmark contracts. The only element possible to support jobs online. Think again. What the heck? What is this? Find a contact hand-to-hand lead with AI. Goji Bear. See, but like even this, we could probably automate, honestly. Just train the model to be just train the model. That's it. Okay, so auto reply to social posts. Okay, so we're just gonna look at what works, honestly. And we're just gonna keep trying to clone these companies until something pops off. Like for now, I'm technically cloning this, right? So let's see if it actually builds this time. Build successful. Attaching. Okay. Oh, here's a hex. There we go. Look at that. Open dashboard. Open dashboard doesn't do anything yet, but that's probably the next spec. But it looks like it's tracking. I mean, this is not tracking. Settings. Can't go to settings. But I mean, it's there, right? So that worked. All right, so I'm going to sleep. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, all right, so I see this warning in the console, and I finally saw the menu bar pop up, but it doesn't look like anything is tracking. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run another model. I'm gonna have this cooking while I sleep. I'm gonna say, hey, can you look at specs and at progress.txt? We've built a lot but it doesn't like I'm able to track actual activity, even though I built the app successfully for my MacBook, and also the dashboard doesn't show up when I click in the menu. Ask user questions and I'll answer any questions to move on to the next phase. App. It looks like most of it's done, and now we wanna just okay, so okay, I'm about to turn off these lights. That's one there, and then now I'm definitely in the dark. Can't even see me now. All right, so when you first launched the app, did you see the welcome screen? Oh, that's when I was showing. No. Oh. So it's not tracking. What version of Mac? Okay, so we're gonna clear that. We're gonna launch it. Build successful. And look at that. Look at that. Welcome to Quantum Prism. track your coding activity and privacy first monitor. Quantum Prism helps you understand how you spend your time by automatically tracking. Open system settings. Open system settings. Look at that. And then it says detect. I don't see it. Now the question is, where the heck is this app at? So when I go to grant permissions, where is the app at? Because it's not in the application that I want to build it. I have to point it to the actual app to grant permission. Also, do I have to build? Okay, so okay, so good question. Control Shift G. Control Shift G. Quantum Prism app. Boom. Okay. All right, so all right, so again, you know, there is a lot of bugs, so there's definitely a lot of bugs. Where is this thing? A folder called Quantum Prism path to app to enable accessibility. Class. Okay. macOS. Oh, I'm still going. So it looks like I have to actually rebuild again. And then this is also... All right, so this is gonna be the last build. Has conflicting provisioning. No, this one. Okay, let me try to build. Okay. Build succeeded. There's a bunch of stuff. Okay. But the app is popping up, which is good. So it looks like there's two now. So I'm gonna get rid of this one. Get rid of that one. And then I'm just gonna have this one here. It's not working at the moment. Products, build. Let me see. Where is the current? Okay, so where's the current app built for the project so I can add it to Okay, so it looks like that's the path. So okay, so we just added that one. Still not tracking. Wow. Okay. Open dashboard. Open dashboard. Yo, look at that. Look at that. We got a dashboard. Nice. Projects. Add projects doesn't work. Insights. Dang. Let me bring this out over here. Okay, so this is full screen. Okay, so we got projects, trends, overviews. Yeah, look at this. Wow. You know, there's some weirdness going on, but look, we have a dashboard. Settings. Settings work. Look at this. Settings. This is a weird bug, but we have a bunch of settings already. Wow. Wow. Okay, so I wonder if they have like documentation, user guide. There we go. So we're gonna scrape this whole entire thing here. We're gonna recreate this. Okay, so scrape this site and use it, reverse engineer and build a spec okay, so we have a doc site and then also Waka time docs. So okay. There was another one. I think open source activity track software. Yeah, activity watch. This is another one. This is another one. So we're gonna pull out some specs from there. We're gonna build this thing out. Okay, so for now I'm gonna call it a night. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. All right, everybody. Peace out.